Chunk. Some Noel, some Maklo. Alright. Probably be able to do one chunk before we have to do tool repairing. Unless I have more in here? Nah. Okay. Back to audio only. Oh boy, that's gotta be a weird way to watch this stream. Or I guess listen to the stream. Interesting. Alright. Well, we are at 293 chunks fully mined, which is awesome. Now it is time to start another. Um, nice clips. Alright, have fun lurking. Rest after walking, running like 20 kilometers on hills. Oh god. The thought of that just hurts my knees. Rock Chunk Obama is gonna be gone. Mhm. I think the goal today is to mine 3 chunks. I think that is what I got planned for today. Trying to think. Yeah, I think 3 would be the amount I can do today. We'll push him 300 soon. Yeah, I should reach 300 this weekend for sure. Because tomorrow I think I'm gonna be doing 160p works. Let's go. Yeah, because I'm gonna be doing 6 chunks tomorrow if I remember what I scheduled myself. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I make it daytime. We're too close to surface still. Actually, I see a creeper. Let me get rid of it real quick. Nice. I know that you can't really see the stream very well, but I'm starting to be more efficient with my movement again, like in terms of sprinting or not sprinting. I was going through my golden carrots way too fast. I did make an entire shulker box of golden carrots a couple days ago. And I think right now, it seems like the amount of carrots I go through on average per chunk is around 2. I think it's actually slightly less, but if I like take damage or whatever, it's been averaging to 2 carrots per chunk. Now I just need to see how many carrots I go through when I do the Enderman farm, because that will probably drain a good amount of hunger. As long as I don't get hit, though, then I shouldn't need to use that many. Because that's usually why hunger goes down, or like my carrots go down so quickly. If you take damage, you get really hungry in this game. Yeah. I mean, I just frankly don't want to mine another golden beacon for more carrots again, if I can help it. It's just I don't know if I have. I kind of forgot what I was saying. I just need to know how many golden carrots I have, so that way I can figure out if I need to do one more golden beacon mine, like mine another golden beacon. The difference between chunk efficiency and chunk efficacy. Look, are we gonna sit here and trying to explain the rights of chunks? I mean, I guess I could just calculate on my phone while I'm mining the chunk. Yeah. I'm just thinking out loud. Hold on, let me unplug my phone and kinda... Now I'm curious. I hate trying to unlock my phone while I'm mining. My password's hard to do while I'm looking away. Alright, there we go, got it. So wait, what chunk am I on right now? I have 293 completed. Yeah, this is a bad section to be looking away. Let me get down to the next 2 layers. This is another thing I've been more efficient about in my chunking. I'm realizing, depending on how many or how little blocks left, I can get away with looking and doing stuff on my phone before it becomes extremely inefficient. Oh, it's kind of hard when there's tough, though. This should be a good spot. Ooh, okay. I only need a little under 23 stacks of golden carrots for the rest of the project if I am, like, perfect about my food efficiency. But that's not factoring in Enderman Farm. I don't know how many golden carrots I'm going to be using for the Enderman Farm. And that's also assuming I don't do anything else in this world, which... There is still, like, one other thing I may want to do, which is, possibly revamping my villagers so I can make more diamond picks. Like, good diamond picks. But there's a possibility of me not needing to make any more golden carrots for the rest of the project if that trend stays true. which is kind of insane, because, like, there's still a lot of chunks ahead, so... I feel like that probably won't hold. So, how you doing, Pixel? I think I slept a little funny. My shoulders are a little sore. I think what else I should calculate. So I got the number of golden carrots I need. Maybe I should just just see how much longer we got left. I think I'm also realizing that sprinting really isn't even necessary for tough unless it's like a really big area of it. Or if I'm mining in like a tunnel. Yeah, like that. Okay, yeah, this is a place where sprinting actually works. That there. Mm, mm. Remember me? Sorry, they wipe my memory at the start of every stream. How much does my PC cost? Probably more than what I spent on it 10 years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. You mean Osu? I don't know where the L is coming from. Yep, I mean, that's what most people in this chat probably know me for, as an Osu player. Mhm. there a long version of Death Moon Ranked? Is there a longer version than the one we just listened to? Because I think KT Juicer ranked that version. PT makes it faster. Crazy. Yeah, it's not a particularly long song. Minecraft meta made the circle from Hunger Games to Hunger optimization chunk mining. True. Voltage Mountain Dew. Oh my goodness. That's probably the soda I miss the most since I quit full sugar soda. Because there's no zero sugar alternative. What's up, Sierra? How you doing? Oh yeah, that thing was straight up poison in a bottle. Doing quite good? Let's go. That's awesome. And a zero sugar version of that would go crazy though. I need it. Actively being poisoned. Lovely. Boy. Allura Red? I have no idea. It wouldn't shock me if they just try to repackage Red 40 as something else. Or use something that's basically the same thing. They're actually the same thing? Yeah, that's not shocking. Again, that's why it's so good. No idea how people drink Mountain Dew every day. Yummy sugar. Mmm, sugar. Sweet. Hope this helps. I know what you meant by any full fat, but like, imagine a soda where you replaced all the sugar with fat. Imagine you open up a bottle of Coca-Cola and you're just drinking butter. are too rich. Things that a billionaire would never say. Things maybe a pirate would say. I love butter. Thoughts on margarine? I don't know if I've ever intentionally had margarine, so none. I'd rather just have butter. Unrelated to the conversation I had, but I was doing some calculations on my phone, and I think we're like 1100 hours away from having the chunks fully mined, not including repairing time. We're getting ever closer. It's gonna be nice to see when we're less than 1000 hours away. This small size poutine is still too big. I'm gonna burst at the seams. Oh, that's a sentence I think I would never say. I've had poutine very few times in my life, and it was wonderful. Magnificent, even. Margarine is cancer giver 99. I literally don't know what margarine is. Like, I've only ever heard of it as like a butter substitute, but I literally don't know anything about it 'cause I've never bought it. Fake butter, right. It's just like poutine is such slop, but it's good. Yeah. I should learn to make poutine or something. Yeah, I wish the Costco's in the US had poutine. I know that they have them in Canada. I don't know if a single place near me sells poutine. Yeah, I've always heard it just be called gravy. Or just like poutine sauce. I'm just thinking about how I had probably the most balanced breakfast of all time today. The balanced breakfast in question being a 3-day-old slice of pepperoni pizza and some dried mango. Let's just say I'm eating like a king today. You got your fruit, you got your dairy, you got your grain. Yeah, I got my carbs, my fat, and my protein because they also had pepperonis. Eat. Cheese is also protein. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Again, this is why the like protein being added to everything is kind of stupid because people get enough protein in this country because we overeat everything. So even what little protein there is in things that aren't super high protein, like chicken breast, we still eat so much of it that we get enough protein. My protein toothbrush. I love using the protein added toothpaste by Crest. I mean, they have literal bacon flavored toothpaste. You guys ever seen that before? Like, I feel like my mouth would be more disgusting after using that. Like, there's no way I could feel like it was clean. That's why mint is the standard. It's not just about actually cleaning, it's also the feeling. It matters. Because otherwise, people would be using stuff like Mountain Dew flavored toothpaste more. If people didn't really care about feeling clean. Charcoal activated. Marinara toothpaste. I was literally just gonna say, I want a toothpaste that just stains my entire mouth red so that way it looks like my gums are bleeding. I need red 40 in my toothpaste or else I'm not brushing. How am I supposed to clean my teeth without my red 40? Color red. Okay, but wait. You know, I just thought of a really stupid idea. What about like just like a like straight up sugar flavored toothpaste? You know, the thing that like kills your teeth. I think it'd be funny to have one that's just straight up like caramel sugar flavor or something. Creme brulee, yes. Wait, tiramisu flavored toothpaste. Ugh. I need I need this. Wait, why aren't there more dessert flavored toothpaste? Aside from the fact that people would accidentally eat it. What if I eat the toothpaste instead? Yeah, that's probably why they don't actually commonly sell those. Because people will just be, be eating toothpaste. is going on there? Oh, yeah, that's true. I've never thought about it like that. Why is my torch placement's actually garbage today? Wait, imagine. Okay, now I just want to get like the most like unbearable toothpaste flavor. What about just like straight up like beef tallow or something? I feel like that'd be in the same vein as bacon, where it's just like that feels like it would literally make your mouth feel so gross. Something that people reasonably eat. Beef tallow is very popular as of late. Orange juice flavored toothpaste. You gotta have your orange juice flavored toothpaste, and then you gotta go chew some mint gum right after. Chicken powder packet flavor. Nah, there's too many people that would actually really like that. Orange juice gum. I mean, there's orange flavored gums. You just don't combine it with mint. Matcha Dubai chocolate pumpkin spice frappuccino flavored toothpaste. We're gonna kill so many kids with this toothpaste. Anyone else using their Labubu flavored toothpaste in the morning? White women. Yeah, we can't be derogatory against white women. Come on, Muffin. Blah, blah, blah. Oh man, I have not had that in probably like a decade at least. I used to inhale those things. Okay, guys, real inquiry here. How many people in here swallowed gum? I do. Real answer here. Oh, hi, real answer. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason as a kid, I was just like, everyone told me not to swallow gum, but I was like, I'm just gonna do it anyways. The amount of gum Arabic in your tummy. That combines very well with the Allura Red, don't worry. You will be fixed soon. I can't wait for the FDA to change the name of Gum Arabic to Gum English. Lady Gargar. I love Lady Gargum. Exactly. Lady Gengar. True. He's gonna be sued immediately. Lady Goo. Wait. Might be onto something there. Lady Google. Actually, it's Lady Alphabet now. It's kind of awesome that, like, every tech company decided they want to just have, like, the most, like, the most unrecognizable or, like, interesting names possible. I don't know if I said that the right way. They just want the least interesting names possible. Real lyrics from this song? I ain't reading all that. I mean, calling someone Lebanese is kind of crazy. They're called lesbians. She's using such an outdated term. Yeah. Imagine being lesbian transgender. We don't have any of those in this chat. Check. Congrats, you're a mod. Thank you for checking. H. What patch of woke are we on? Perhaps we need to update the firmware. Nicotine? I thought you're not supposed to have nicotine. We know, Pixel, we know. But a nicotine patch. Oh, sorry. I forgot those exist. Believe it or not, I don't actually do recreational drugs. We know. We know. Your vice of choice is recreational soda. That's true. I mean, okay. I think in reality, my vice is caffeine. It is definitely a drug. It's just a super normalized one and relatively mild, I think, compared to stuff like nicotine and alcohol and such. Your vice of choice is twitter.com. That is sad. As a recovering Twitter addict, I feel you though. My vice was definitely Twitter from like 2020 to 2022. I mean, I still use it, but not anywhere in the same capacity. How cool. Al Gore if he was cool. How cool. Nice. LSFW. L Lively. What? Oh my god. Homie LG is invading the reflecting pool. Al Gore if he was woke. No, not the trunk. No. It's a decent amount of Instamind in this trunk. Nice. Groceries. Is that something the poors buy? Skin pores. Oh, that's something that the billionaires want to do, I think. Yeah. If you don't believe me, just look up Joe Biden inflation. Make sure you look up on images as well. Yeah, you know what, you're right. Don't look up Joe Biden inflation. Look up Kamala Harris inflation. Pirates lack teeth from eating booty like groceries. Wow. That's a... I'll give you a +1 for that. I don't know if that's quite a +2, but... Good one. You have amused me, my friend. Here's your Reddit gold. Do they still do Reddit gold? Does Reddit gold even exist anymore? I actually have no clue. I don't know, I don't care. Thank you, Muffin. Red is silver. Wait, I need red is silver. Wait, actually the joke you did, you get red is silver for that. I think that's what it deserved. I'm taking my Reddit gold back. Are they just cosmetics people get on their comments if it's funny? Yeah, pretty much. But it's also like you pay for it, I think. So it's like also a way Reddit makes money. Thanks for the gold, kind stranger. Exactly. That was so common like 10 years ago. It's useless. Yeah, but if you ever saw someone say something really stupid, and then someone replied with something really stupid but funny, and it got like 50 Reddit golds, that's how you knew it was a really good one. But yeah, generally Reddit gold was either for something really funny or actually like really useful. So it wasn't completely useless, but yeah, I don't really know how that works on the newer iteration of Reddit. I mean, I still use the old version of the website when I can. Okay, this is actually quite a lot of Instamine now. Mhm. Alright, see us here. Thank you for tuning in. Hello, Jonathan Swag83. How you doing? No idea what that is, Muffin. Ate a burger? Nice. I haven't had a burger in a while. I should have a burger. I gotta watch the pickaxe. Good timing. Do you travel or have you traveled? I mean, I've definitely traveled, but I don't like traveling. Travel from home to work. That's probably my least favorite travel. Where have you traveled to? I mean, excluding US states, I have been to, mainly just Iraq and Lebanon. Because my family's from Iraq, and we also stayed in Lebanon as well. Trying to remember. Oh, I've been to Canada a few times. But Canada is, I used to live in Michigan, so going to Canada literally took less than an hour. So. And then as for US states, let's see, which US states have I, not counting just states where I drove through and did nothing, US states I've actually, like, been to would be, I mean, Michigan, because I grew up there, and then Ohio for Cedar Point, Utah. I did a stop in Wyoming. That's about it. I'd love to check out Colorado sometime. Yeah, that's the thing. Almost all of my traveling was with family, and I literally hated it. Think about it like this. Imagine being told by your family, like, last minute, hey, by the way, your summer from school just started, and you're gonna spend the entire summer in the country of Iraq. How excited would you really be? Like, it's not even a diss on Iraq necessarily. Like, there's still good things about Iraq, but I just I don't like traveling like that. Lebanon was cool, but we also only stayed in Lebanon for a week, so didn't feel very bad. Iran. Cool. Yeah. I don't really talk about it on stream very much, but like my trip in Iraq was very strange. Like Iraq in the 2010s versus America in the 2010s was a like very different like lifestyle. Like the nicest place we stayed at in terms of like family, like we still had no power for half the day, which is kind of insane. And that was like the lucky house to be staying at. A lot of families that we stayed with literally didn't have electricity. Like there was like a 2 week period where we lived with one of my mom's like sisters and there was just straight up no electricity, no nothing. It was dreadful. They're good food. I mean, yeah, Iraqi food is great. God, I still wish there was actually good like not just Iraqi food, but literally any Middle Eastern food out here. There just really isn't very good options out here in Utah. I mean, there's also just not that many places in general to pick from. Yeah, Middle Eastern food in general is great. But yeah, I'm very partial to Iraqi and Lebanese food. If you want, like, if you're ever in the United States for whatever reason and you want a ton of different Middle Eastern food options, go to Dearborn, Michigan. Like, you go to Warren Avenue and there's a million Middle Eastern restaurants to pick from. A lot of the signs aren't even in English. That's how you know the food is going to be good. Yeah. As someone who grew up in that area, it was nice to have a little slice of something that felt familiar to my family's culture. Because now that I live out here in Utah, it's definitely one of the things I miss the most about that area of the country. There's really nothing like it. I mean, there's some things I don't miss, but the food was definitely one of the best aspects of that region. Like, you get some minaish for breakfast, you get some shawarma for lunch, you get some kebab for dinner. You will probably explode at the seams, but you will be very happy. There's a place in Dearborn literally just called Iraqi Kebab, and it is like the most like fatty, kebab ever, and it is so delicious. Like fatty in a good way, not like fatty like, oh, I literally can't eat this, it's disgusting. Yeah. There's also a really nice sweet shop in Dearborn, Shatila Bakery. That place was awesome. That place had the best pistachio ice cream. Before pistachio became a trendy food in the US, I would get pistachio ice cream a lot as a kid. As soon as pistachio, like, flavored sweets became really popular in the last few years, now I kind of don't want pistachio sweets. I mean, I feel like shawarma in any place in the actual Middle East is just gonna be better than anywhere else, so... No, if you buy anything with Dubai in its name, you're probably getting overcharged, and it probably isn't even that great. And also, frankly, Dubai culture is not real. Chocolate baklava. Chocolate baklava. That's what I always called it growing up. Baklava. $16 for shawarma is ridiculous, though. In Dearborn, you probably could get the same thing for $8 to $10. Because that's another thing. Because of how many Middle Eastern restaurants there are in Dearborn, you can literally just... Like, it's actually competitive, price-wise. Downtown Seattle, yeah, you're just gonna get wrecked. Dearborn is not a very, rich city. Most of the people who live there are not very wealthy. Maybe if you live in, like, Dearborn Heights or Sterling Heights or something, but... You're definitely going to be more poor to middle class if you live there, on average. I have no idea what those are. Do they put lettuce in shawarmas in Iraq? I don't really remember, to be honest. It's also been years since I had, like, real shawarma. They don't have that in Utah. They have, like, more Americanized version of it. I mean, they're... I don't know about lettuce, but, like, pickles for sure. Tomatoes, probably. I really don't know about lettuce, though. Pickles. I don't like pickles, though. So let me make sure I didn't miss any blocks above me. Perfect. Alright, this is a decent chunk. Do I have a sauce specific to shawarmas? I mean, I feel like the most common sauce I would see is like a garlic hummus sauce. Like either just hummus or something like garlicky. Or sorry, hummus. Did they ever use toom? Yes. I mean, toom is garlic sauce. Or like, well, I don't know if you would call it a sauce, but like a spread. But yeah, toom for sure. I love toom. I love strong garlic taste. Yeah. I've never tried making toom. I just buy toom at the store because I'm lazy. Still pretty good. Remember one time I went to a Middle Eastern place owned by my friend's dad during Thanksgiving. Dude, it was so nice. The hospitality you'll get from people who own any type of Middle Eastern restaurant is incredible. I like when I lived in Dearborn, there was very few times where I went to any Middle Eastern Arab restaurant that wasn't like wonderful. Like both in terms of food, but also like the people. Also, that's another chunk. Number 294. GG. Let's punch in the stats. Fries with garlic sauce and sambusa? That sounds right to me. Sambusa or like falafel? Good chunk. It really was. Although actually falafel wouldn't have meat. Fell off Phil. So true. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, let me get these stats going. Alright. Deep Slate 30 or 13, 320. 94% efficiency, very nice. Blocks mined 15.2. Good efficiency on that. I think I forgot to put away my diamonds last chunk, so we'll have to figure out. Or maybe I just mined a lot of diamonds this chunk actually, because that's 25 diamond ore. Actually, yeah, I guess I just mined a lot of diamonds, and then 48. Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Sumac is good. You just gotta find the proper use case for it. Sumac is good for like salads or using it as like a seasoning for like meat. It's like a zesty flavor, if that makes sense. Like a bright flavor, maybe. I don't know. And it is in stews. I don't think I've ever seen it used in a stew. But you could always innovate. You could always try. I will say I am not the authority on like Middle Eastern or Iraqi cooking or anything like that. I honestly didn't do very much cooking like that growing up. So I'm mainly just using my memory. But yeah, sumac is good. I know that sumac was used very much like the most frequent use cases I saw for it was either salads or on kebab. Like we would throw a ton of sumac on top of kebab and it'd be wonderful. Oh my goodness. Like did that fireball go through the portal? Man, this is crazy. He's actually juking me. Alright. Alright, awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna go through and get blown up, aren't I? Okay, weird. Alright, anyways, time to tool repair. In case that was not evident. I did. It is the old damage sound. Yeah. Alright, time to find out how many golden carrots I need to go through for this. I think, yeah, that's everything. Just keep that so no pearls get in my inventory. And, oh wait, I want one more. There we go. Let's repair diamond stuff first. Alright. Time to spend about 30 minutes here. This is how I repair my pickaxes. Okay. I know, I was struck by the XP sound. Honestly, I've kind of tuned it out at this point after repairing so many times. It's a cool sound, though. So true, Bat. How you doing today? Did you get your rabies yet? Alright. Good luck. You should just call today. Hmm. Alright, I'm gonna coast off XP for a little bit. That COE for a week didn't do anything, get any signatures, just kind of play a lot of chess. Hope it was still worth it, you know? Burger. Music. It's actually funny, Bat. We were just talking about shawarma earlier in chat. Enjoy your legendary shawarma. Good luck to you. If the Chinese food from Safeway is good, go for it. Make sure to make direct eye contact with Enderman and shake their hand by pressing left click. That's true. Use what? What about edibles did you not like? Yeah, I mean, I've never had stuff like that but from other friends who have told me about like weed and stuff like that. Like, you definitely should not be doing it alone, especially if you haven't had it before. So that makes sense that it was more enjoyable with someone next to you. Mhm. I mean, there's a difference between being friends with people and like staying the night with them or staying like a few nights with them. Some people can just be hard to work with in that kind of scenario. They had a car, but they made wife and you take the bus to and from the venue like 5 times because they wanted to be at venue at noon every day. Then leave you time for a girlfriend, get makeup on, didn't want to leave without her. Hmm. They didn't want to eat the food you made for all of you. I hate to be this guy, but I think there's some valid reasoning as to like wanting to get as much time as possible at the venue and also not eating food like prepared in the Airbnb. I'm not saying they're right for doing that though. That's still really messed up, but like it should have been better communicated, you know? What's up, Sam? I also frankly don't know how much time you would need at the venue though, so I don't know if they were like super unreasonable about it or not. That's also why I'm like not really sure about it. Back from roof repairing, fourth 1 hour plus session with your grandpa. You do all the work and get yelled at for not being like a professional could do what. Yeah, that's awful. But yeah, I think you could probably give more context as to why they were in the wrong, but from my scenario or like my point of view, I don't feel like it's completely unjustified. At least if I'm traveling out the country, I don't want to be cooking. I want to try the like local food. But again, I don't know if this was like actually communicated or not. Like I'm sure your cooking is great, but I also don't want to be eating home cooked meals if I'm out in a country that I'm not going to be at. Did you say like gas station food the whole time? Okay, then that's kind of an L for them. Like that's just stupid. Although I will say, if you just made the meal without actually asking them if they wanted food first, that's a little different, but that's still kind of an L on them either way. If they were really just eating gas station food the whole time. Like that's kind of crazy. Okay, perfect. And then yeah, there we go. I'm sure there's some things in the Netherlands you can eat that are interesting. Like at least once, right? It'd be insane if they didn't have anything. Tap water. Yeah. I'm still wondering about the going at 12 p.m. to the venue thing though, because again, in my head, I want to get as much time at like the place I'm traveling to as possible. So I probably would have been that person being like, "Hey, we need to leave as early as possible." But it also just highly depends on like the like context of what time the venue is open and what you're actually doing, you know? So it still could have been unreasonable. I literally just don't know. Um, oh, I'll keep Ender Pearls on me. Actually, no, I won't keep Ender Pearls on me. I don't care. Oh, I need the pickaxes out. That's what I'm missing. You don't want to spend too much money on food, so you went to the store, bought groceries, make... Okay. I mean, that's like the responsible thing to do. But I think it was just one of those things where people just don't want home cooked meals when they're in a foreign country or just traveling away from home. So I think you were just not gonna convince many people to try home cooking, unfortunately. That's just how it goes sometimes, I think. They were also staying up till like 3 a.m. and there wasn't anything exciting happening early. Yeah. I mean, it's probably just like like just an unfortunate difference of expectations and timing. Like maybe no one here was technically in the wrong, but it was just more like you guys weren't compatible as a group for this trip, if that makes sense. So maybe like being friends with them is fine, just staying with them for this kind of trip in the future is not the move. You need to find people more on your wavelength. Yeah. Anyways, I do need to take a quick few minute break, so I'll be back in just a few, and then we will do two more chunks today. So yeah, BRB. Alright, I have returned. Sorry, it took a little longer than I wanted to, but we're all good now. Oh, welcome back, Siri. Okay. It's time to get back to work. Let's do this. And also turn that. Oh, timer. Clicked, and then that setup. Alright, should be good to go. Let's do it. Interesting, I got a mix of regular copper and granite. It mines just as fastly, or just as fast as netherite. I think I meant to say quickly, but yeah. Yep. The only difference at this point is just the durability. Yeah. And I have so many diamonds, it's not worth getting more netherite now. Be a waste of time right now. Hey Manny, how you doing? Yeah, what are you farming? Farming simulator, lovely. Imagine playing OC with a 15-hectare area. Wait, we need someone to play OC with a gun. And you have to shoot the gun to hit the circles. Legs are burning from sunburn. Oh boy. I'm sorry. Maybe if you were better at roofing, you could have gotten it done sooner so you wouldn't be as sunburned. I think that's what your grandpa would tell you. So I think there's a pretty big air pocket in the next chunk. Nice. Hmm. Guy spent too much time frolicking outside, and now he's paying the price. What a cruel world we live in. Yeah. Sorry, we needed to chop those trees to make room for data centers. Oh, that's a really unfortunate holiday plus weekend combo. Dude, I swear, this is my experience anytime I've ever gotten really bad tooth pain. It'll always start at like on Friday at 5:01 p.m. and then I'll have to wait until Monday morning because dentists do not like being open on any days that people actually like have time to go to a dentist outside of work. I just realized, okay. I was like, I felt like my inventory was missing something. It's because I just didn't have carrots in my offhand. So upset because thinking about taking a hydrating gel from your apartment, but you're packing your things you forgot. Dang, dude. I hope you are able to power through it. Good luck. Your cap? Yeah, good luck, man. Hopefully, it will just be more of like a problem in terms of like skin peeling rather than pain. That's my understanding of sunburn. I mean, the thing is though, is that I literally have never experienced sunburn. So I really just don't know what it's like. That's one of the perks of not being like Omega like white. I just turn really crispy if I stay out in the sun. Although I'm probably more likely to get like sunstroke. I don't know. Or a heat stroke, I should say. It's like if you touch something hot, skin remains hot sometime after you cool it. Interesting. I mean, I get like oil and fryer burns, so maybe that's the closest I've come to that. Yeah, I mean, there was one time where I got a burn bad enough where I had to go home early. Didn't need to go to the hospital, but it was very unpleasant. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, this is why sunscreen and shade is really important. One sunburn a year keeps your ambition of being immortal away. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting sunburned every year, then perhaps you are not digesting the info about not doing that. Getting sunburned once a year is tradition. That's crazy to me. Sweat out about 2 liters of water during a single trip, so sunblock would be so messy. I know, because I drink 2.5 liter PO, only 0.5. How do you know exactly how much you're peeing? Incredible. I like how you can pull out this equation and yet you still ended up sunburned anyways because you forgot to bring what you needed. Need to work on skin getting burned equation. True. This is the real equation we need. I think it'd be really funny if you just had like a mechanical stopwatch in your bathroom that you use every time. This is why the margin of error is important. Women no longer be shopping. Incredible. Welcome back. We love mid-Chinese food. Women be watching chunk mining. This is true. Women do be watching chunk mining. You should get yourself some mid-Chinese food, Noel. Try not to spend money challenge impossible. Mushroom Gorge. That's awesome. Not a big deal. I'm like very zoned out right now. And like not in a good way. Thankfully just a diamond pick though. I haven't broken any of the netherite ones in a while now. Oh, I just broke a diamond pick. That's all. Nice. Ranked, true. It's very brave of you, Malklo. Why are you no longer eating at Tim Hortons, aside from that it's not that great? Harry Potter collab? Ew. The song. Yeah. You're gonna have to remind me, or I literally will not remember. And not in Twitch chat. I don't remember anything ever sent to me in Twitch chat. Yeah, Harry Potter collab is a great reason to not give them your business, though. It's just crazy to me, because, like, Harry Potter is, like, not even that good. Like, I just don't get it. I never was able to get into Harry Potter as a kid. And this was long before I knew anything about the author. Like, I just didn't really like the story. I was just saying, like, I never got into Harry Potter as a kid, so I'm kind of shocked at how popular not only it was, but it still is. I definitely did not read all the books. I think I stopped after book 2. So that's probably why. But also, like, I don't know, it just didn't interest me. It's not my type of story, I think. But also, the author is a very terrible person, so I don't feel bad for not liking it. Yeah, getting into Harry Potter now would be a slap in the face of my partner and a lot of my friends. And would be morally clashing, like, with my own beliefs. And again, still just, I just don't think it's that good. I'm not sure I would go quite that far, but it definitely is, like, yeah, you're just giving money to a terrible person if you purchase it through any official means. Yeah, as long as you're not giving Rowling money directly, then it's whatever. But certainly don't give her the direct purchase. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna judge people if they like the Harry Potter story or not. It's just I'm not going to try and enjoy the series if I just literally didn't like it of my own volition. I'm fine if that's an unpopular opinion. How going? It's going. Which on mobile sucks. I refuse to watch Twitch streams on my phone. It's just such a worse experience. Not worth it. Mhm. Okay, something diabolical. Microwave pizza wrapped in bacon and air fried. That is pretty crazy. Oh, hey, we're at 21.5 mil now. Nice. Yeah, I think now that I'm doing everyday sessions, even just singular chunks at night, my progress feels way faster. It really was a tough pool. Sorry, no lava. It's a lot of tough, too. That probably saved like 2 minutes. Sleeping Pharaoh style with 4 clean metal tools under your legs. Oh boy. Blanket, are you telling me this sucks? I'm sure it'll be good. Alright, there we go. That is another chunk complete. 295. And then let's punch this all in. 1 hour, 34 minutes, 7 seconds. Diamonds, 49. Diamond ore. I'm getting a lot of diamonds. 21. And then blocks. And I did reach 21.5 million. I'm really making good progress now that I'm playing every day. Rich getting richer. So true. But yeah, I think doing daily sessions, even if it's just one chunk a night, is just worth it. If I need a break, I'll take a break, but I've been doing really good so far, so. Yeah, good efficiency on all that. Alright. I have time for one more chunk today, and I did see that there's a air pocket here, so that's fun. Oh, this is a strange air pocket. What is this? Oh, whoa. I think there was more as well? Or am I tripping? Yeah, there was more up here too. So this is fun. Let me turn this into obsidian. Oh, hey. Alright, but yeah. One more chunk here. Let me that away. Probably craft these up. Why did I do it like that? What am I doing? Oh. Okay, never mind. I understood what I was doing. I was holding down space by accident. Nice. Oh. Okay. Alright. Let me drink some water and we'll do this chunk. Alright. Love this song. Me. Alright. I think my headphones are a little tight on my head. There we go. Alright. Let's do this. Let's do this. This is that share. Perfect. Okay. Immediately trolled. Can you get a checkmate in 3 moves? I don't know anything about chess, to be honest. Gun checkmated from 4. Awesome. That's kind of crazy that you can get checkmated that quickly. Okay, lots of insta-mine at the very top here. Was your first day in chess club and last day in chess club? Oh my goodness. This will probably be a pretty quick chunk. Unless there's a lot of lava. It's possible. You get road rage? No. It's not worth it. If people really want to pass me or whatever, I just let them. I'm not trying to get in a car crash or get shot with a gun, because in this country, that can happen. That's not really a scenario I've encountered very often. If I feel like I'm in danger, I'll find a different way to drive or a different path to drive. I'm still not gonna get road rage. I'm always very calm when I'm driving because I can't afford not to be. Yeah, I mean the drivers here in Utah are legitimately awful, so I'm very much used to people driving terribly. I mean, yeah, they don't know that you're mad at them, and if they do know that you're mad at them, they'll either find it funny or get mad back, and then now you have a problem. And again, in this country, if you try to mess with people while driving, some people will legitimately pull out a gun on you. Or try to run you off the road. And in this country, again, big cars are really popular. And I do not drive a big car. So someone running me off the road could legitimately kill me. Yeah. I mean, I've only ever had something like that happen to me once where, um, this was at like, oh, there's the air pocket. This was very early in the morning because I used to work at a bakery, and I drove at like 4 a.m. and there was a car going like literally half the speed limit in a residential area. So they were going like 5 to 10 miles per hour. So I was like, okay, there is no one passing on the other side of the road. I am going to just drive around them because I am not going to sit and wait behind them going at that speed. Which I think is reasonable. They were going well below the speed limit in a residential area. I kid you not, the moment I tried overpassing them, they floored it and made it their life's mission to not let me pass at all. And then that's when I was just like, okay. That's when I learned right then and there, I will just never deal with unreasonable drivers. If they want to be that way, I will calmly just find a side street and drive a different way. Because I do not... Okay, here's the context as well. I'm driving in, like, Detroit. I'm not trying to find out who's driving in a really weird manner at 4 in the morning in Detroit. You know? I couldn't see who the driver was. I'm not gonna sit there and find out. I'm just gonna be like, okay, they're an erratic driver. I don't want to find out. I don't want my life to be in danger today. So, yeah. That, like, I just don't get road rage because I'm trying not to get myself killed. Frankly. I do try my best when I drive. I try to be very consistent driver. I don't understand people who do not use their turn signals or just literally lane split at the very last second consistently. Yeah. So you're not going to call any vaccination clinics today? Sad. You should have. Also, welcome back. It's hard to stay calm sometimes when you're in a very tight schedule to get places. I get that, but like at the same time, getting mad doesn't change the fact that you're losing time. You know what I mean? Getting mad just compounds to your emotions about it. It doesn't actually change the outcome. So there's no point to be mad. And you can just be mad about it when you're not on the road driving a vehicle that can kill people. So, you know, consider this. Frankly, I think if you are susceptible to road rage, maybe you should not be driving. And I don't mean this as like a personal insult to you. I'm just saying. Yeah, everyone gets frustrated, but like anyone who like actually starts getting mad should not be on the road. Especially if it's like repeated behavior. But if I have any advice for you, it's just not worth it to ever get mad while you're driving. Even if it's not your fault at all, even if someone almost tries to kill you, getting mad doesn't solve the problem or help you. I would save the anger for when you're not on the road, so that way you can actually, like, you need to focus on driving first. I've never seen anyone that drives better when they're very angry. Had your life flash before your eyes on the road a couple times? Yeah, same. There's been times where I'm just like, wow, I could have just died right there. I could have gotten injured. And I don't know, maybe it's just like an emotional difference for a guy like me, but like I just don't get mad when I drive because like I think that's just not a good survival instinct. Every time my life has actually been in danger on the road, and I was calm and collected about it, I think it legitimately saved my life once. Or saved myself from serious injury at least once. And by the way, that's not to say I don't get angry after the fact. Oh, I get very angry after the fact. But while driving, while in the act of driving, I shove the anger down until I feel like I'm safe. And then I let it out. I'm also realizing this is kind of like a tactic for dealing with trauma. But I think it does apply to driving as well, where it's just better to let it go in the moment, and then if you feel like you need to be angry, let it out later when it's safe to do so. I think that helps in the long run with just keeping yourself from harm's way. Cause like I'm a very paranoid person when it comes to driving. I legitimately think driving, I mean, I think statistically driving is easily the most dangerous thing I do every day. Or every day that I do drive, I should say. So it's like, I feel like it's pretty reasonable for me to treat it like the danger it is. Whenever you feel like you're gonna be mad, start driving, delay this feeling. Wait, this is true though. Yeah. I think it's best not to be angry for someone else's mistakes. Yeah, I mean, if someone makes a mistake, like there's reasons to be upset, but it also just doesn't matter sometimes, especially when it's like you have to make a split-second decision because of someone else's mistake. It's like, in that moment, being angry is not gonna help you. And honestly, I think just being angry in general is not healthy for you, especially, again, while you're driving 2-ton vehicles or whatever. I want 0 people to be angry while driving, because that would make driving a whole lot easier. Normalize beating up the person causing the accident. No. Again, that's just a great way to get yourself shot at in this country. I legitimately just... I suppress the anger until after I know I am safe. It's crazy how billions of people get mad on the internet for being insulted by a random person or opinion daily. I mean, I think it's valid to be upset. Getting angry, though, is very different from getting upset. And also, I should say that's another distinction from driving. You can be upset if someone makes a mistake, but, like, being angry is a whole different emotion. And that one is a dangerous one, in my opinion. Like, being upset can be pretty valid, but being angry, I feel like anger is an emotion reserved for, like things that actually really need anger. I don't know how else to say it, but I feel like most mistakes on the road are not anger worthy to me. They're more just like upsetting in the moment. Well, anger can be useful for times when you're being betrayed or fighting for your life. But the difference is that in driving, I think anger does the opposite. It makes you less susceptible to surviving, because anger to me feels like something like where you strengthen your body, but that doesn't really do anything for you while driving. I feel like your strength increases when you're mad, but your, like, focus diminishes greatly. Or, like, your awareness, your spatial awareness. I feel like most people who are mad are not spatially aware. Especially in that moment. And that's really bad for driving. But, like, in a fight, being mad is actually wonderful. Like, yeah, you probably want to be mad while you're fighting. Because you're amped up. You have a reason to fight for your survival. You are fighting for your survival. That is a reason to use anger to your advantage. I mean, I don't truly know what anger is for. I've never really studied that, but that's the vibe I get from it. I definitely don't think anger was meant to ever be involved in the action of driving. We were not built for the society that we've created for ourselves. We created a structure around us that we were not ever evolved to deal with, and we are reaping the repercussions of it on a daily basis. Like, if you ever want to just get upset, just look at how many people die from car accidents. Something that we legitimately do not need to have happen. These were deaths that would never have existed if we didn't invent vehicles. And certainly, that number could be lower if we actually did more to stop these things from happening. And of course, the US is the prime example of needless car deaths because of how car-centric this country is. Like, if you ever want to just laugh at Americans, just look at the roads in Phoenix, Arizona, and you'll quickly understand why this country is the hellscape that it is. How did we evolve to mine chunks? I don't know, man. Jacksonville roads, yeah. I mean, I just put Phoenix, Arizona as the example just because, like, to me, Phoenix, Arizona represents everything wrong about America. But a lot of places in America are very similar to Phoenix, Arizona, roads-wise. It's the reason why cyclists will never be treated equally with car drivers. It's just like... we could do so much to make our streets safer and our society less car-centric, but we refuse to do so. And government officials are literally paid off to be this way as well. Let's not forget. Yeah, I mean, Florida has everything going on that's terrible too, so... But the difference is that I literally would never go to Florida, so I don't think about Florida. There was a time in my life where moving to Arizona was actually a possibility. So I actually had to think about Arizona for a little bit of my time. Florida has made some banger songs. So true. Florida. Yeah. I'm really glad that my family decided against moving to Arizona. That would have been miserable. Rode a bike today and we have changed one road to, instead of having 2 car lanes in opposite directions, there's 1 car lane in the middle and 2 bike lanes on the sides. So it's like a one-way street now. I think if it's 1 lane, it would have to be a one-way street. Because otherwise there would be no room for the cars to maneuver around each other. Maybe the cars need to wait until there's no bikes to pass. Okay, that sounds idiotic. It definitely should just be a one-way road, or get rid of that road entirely if it's a problem that can't be fixed. Sadly, people won't outvote anything better than car driving based on how cheap gas is, but making gas prices hurt work the most. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like we could also just allocate the funds to making public transportation actually doable, and then gas prices wouldn't matter because people wouldn't be driving. I know it's not as simple as that, but like, people really need to stop voting against the betterment of society. It's getting painful how often this happens. Look at this sign. So that means they do just have to pass each other, or they gotta pass on the bike lane. That's terrible. Why is it designed that way? Hello, story. See, I also just don't like that sign because that literally isn't clear. Like, that just feels needlessly complicated for that. Like, you really should just either make it 2 lanes or just make it a one-way, 1 lane. Or do literally anything else aside from making cars go into the bike. Like, if cars are allowed to go in the bike lane, then it's not a bike lane. That's how I feel. Am I crazy for thinking this? Yeah, I think a one-way would be obviously the best solution to that. Especially if you want to make it less friendly to cars, which I'm fine with. Yeah. Yeah, that's really stupid. Again, like, having cars in the bike lane means it's not a bike lane anymore. That's how I feel about it. That's really stupid. Oh, where'd my timer go? There we go. So the problem which they tried to solve is that during peak hours, both sides of the road are filled with bikes. So the cars don't have space. I mean, look, if you're trying to make it so that people just give up on their car, then that's one way to do it. I still think I'm not sure if I feel like that's the best solution, but I personally just don't think you should have cars in bike lanes. Interesting. Um, I mean, that's another way to disincentivize car ownership, I feel. True, the law isn't the thing in the way of the car, it's the bike. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a terrible idea. It just really depends on the context, like what kind of road it is and the busyness. It could work. Trying to reuse car roads as bike roads. Yeah. I mean, I think one harsh reality is that in the switch to being less car-centric, it will hurt people in the short term. But, like, the overall benefit, I think, for the society is worth it. Especially because it's not like we're, like, trying to, like, actually harm these people. Like, I would gladly give up my car if it meant I could actually take transportation to places that I needed. Even if it meant like I can't get to places as quickly. I just would love not needing to rely on driving myself everywhere. I really hate driving. I mean, driving is, again, easily the most dangerous thing I do on a weekly basis in my day-to-day life. It's just, I'd rather it just not be a factor I have to think about.
Hey, man. What's up, man?
Headphone wearer rated my stream with 12 viewers.
Thank you for the raid, headphone wearer. How was your stream? Oh. What were you up to? I remember when they were building for spike roads in Warsaw, they put a bunch of 90-degree turns without any curvature. Oh boy. So the sidewalk, bike road crossing each other 3 times in 20 meters. Yeah. I mean, look, that is another reality of building out public transportation. Unfortunately, just like we have a bunch of idiots who make the roads in our country that don't make any sense, we will also have a bunch of idiots making our public transportation terrible too. The only thing we can do is try our best to either stop it from happening or fix the mistakes when they arise. That still doesn't mean that public transportation's a bad idea, because roads are made just as idiotically as public transportation. But I feel like in the case of cars, it leads to much more death and misery. So... Wow, that would be a really long Twitch name. I don't think you were allowed to have that. I don't think that's allowed. Well, did you set any cool scores, or are you just kind of doing your thing? Just playing legit. Well, I sure hope you were playing legit. You just gotta do some score farming, and then you'll be setting scores in no time. That consistency will shoot right up. 100% guaranteed. No money back guarantee, though. I mean, I probably should explain that score farming does not mean playing 2-star maps. Just means playing stuff you can reasonably FC. That's how I view it anyways. At least if you're looking for a consistency boost. Believe it or not, playing 2-star maps does not really boost your consistency on anything aside from 2-star maps for the most part. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like bike lanes are not like injury proof, but the difference is that bike lanes you have to be going really fast to like uncomfortably fast, I feel like, to get killed on a bike. But like cars, you can go really fast without really feeling it. if that makes any sense. Cars are just so inherently dangerous compared to bikes. You feel a lot safer in a car, despite going at lethal speeds constantly. And that's where a lot of danger comes in. So yes, bike lanes, honestly, bike lanes could even increase injury compared to cars, and I wouldn't care because it would decrease lethality. People getting injured sucks, but people dying sucks way more. So that's why, for me, like the calculus just makes sense. Biggest danger on bike lanes are kids riding their bikes so badly. Yeah. I mean, kids and pedestrians in general are just kind of an issue with any kind of transportation. A kid can come out of nowhere from behind something. Pedestrians can just be very unaware of their surroundings. It happens. But I feel like with bikes, the lethality is so much less compared to a car that it will be fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you're even particularly arguing against what I'm saying, but it would just be nice to have a mode of transportation that doesn't have a very likely capacity to kill people or leave them severely paralyzed or anything else. Oh. Oh, shoot. The zombies. Oh my goodness, where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? Knocked over one kid over... Wait, you have knocked a kid over once. Okay, I am not processing this sentence at all. So, like, you knocked over a kid by trying to go around them or something? Or are you just making two statements there and my brain is fried? Passing by a kid and her handlebars touched and he fell. Okay. Yeah. That sucks. Reminder to never touch kids. You are very brave for this take, Maklo. So brave. And then his dad was there and he was mad at him for riding the bike wobbly. So it wasn't like at least you weren't like yelled at for your mistake or possible mistake. But yeah, that sucks. But again, like that's the thing though. The difference is that when this happens on bikes, you can get injured, you can get seriously injured. But most likely you'll be fine and you won't die. But the same scenario but with cars is like so much more the possibility for lethality goes up significantly. And then that's the thing I think about. And also, to me, car accidents are just scarier all around than a bike accident. Even if nothing really happens. And also, car accidents are expensive, too. Like, unless you have decent insurance, a car accident can be a really big problem. Even with insurance, frankly. So that's another thing to think about as well. If you want to be cynical and only think about money, think about the waste of money in getting into a car accident. And also, like, again, in this country... Okay, actually, in this country, dying in a car accident would be better than getting injured in a car accident, because at least if you're dead, you don't have to pay the bill. If you get injured, you might get stuck with a really insane bill. So you know what? Maybe in this country, we should just move to cars only. That I feel like that's the most cynical way to approach it. If you wanna be very short-sighted about it. I can play devil's advocate. Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, at the end of it, though, like, public transportation would be a nice thing to have, but there's so many other things in our country that's broken first, or my country, I should say, that's broken first, that need to have priority. So it's just like, public transportation is not something that's going to be high of mind for most people right now. I think, I don't know, am I a Luddite for thinking that autopilot driving should just not be a thing? Or at least, like, autopilot that you can't control. Like, you should still be in the front seat and take over if necessary. I really don't think having full autopilot would be a good idea. I don't trust cars enough for this. Like, I feel like humans are a big reason as to why car accidents are such a problem, don't get me wrong. But, like, am I weird for thinking that if I died from a car on complete autopilot, I would be, like, getting injured or dying from something that's on full autopilot would make me more upset than if it was something I had at least some control over. Yeah, like, automatically having something drive at 60 miles per hour is terrifying. You guys trust plane pilots, though? Did I say I trust plane pilots? I've talked about this on stream before, too, where I'm terrified of flying. Every time I've gone flying, I hate it. Also, the difference is that flying is objectively safer than driving. But that still doesn't mean I don't get insanely uncomfortable on flying. Like, it is different, but I also frankly don't trust flying either, so... And also, I think plane pilots is... Like, planes don't fly on autopilot. Like, there's still people on board to control the plane. I would never trust a car where you can't have the option of taking over. I think that's the difference I want to get at. Because again, yeah, like, a plane does have autopilot, but it also has pilots. A car should never be autopilot only, if that makes sense. I feel like that's pretty consistent. Like, to me, that feels like a consistent position to have. That is true. Getting injured while flying is a rare thing compared to dying from an accident. But, like, I still think it makes sense. Move autopilot from OC. So true. Honestly, you can start aiming. Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on now, you're being a little controversial here. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't trust fully autonomous anything. Honestly, actually, I feel like, okay, again, I don't want to sound like a Luddite or like a Amish person or whatever equivalent you want to throw in here, but like, I don't trust fully automated anything, frankly. Not fully. I don't think I can try or I can trust anything that's truly run completely like by the machine. I feel like there's always a case where like something can go wrong and has gone wrong. And then there's just not really that much you can do about it. But I think depending on the application, it doesn't really matter, you know, like an autonomous machine that dispenses candy is one thing, and an autonomous vehicle that drives you in the sky or drives you on the road with no ability to step in to control it, that is something else that I am not comfortable with, you know? My chair is autonomous. Really now? Also, this is a pretty fast chunk. Which is nice, because I'm starting to get pretty hungry, so... Yeah. I mean, I just think it would make more sense if, we just didn't have car-centric roads before we had fully autonomous cars, if that makes any sense. Like, the autonomous driving would make more sense for something like a bus. Just something that, like, everyone relies on. I would not trust a car on the road that is driving autonomously. In the same way that I frankly don't trust human drivers either. And then, I don't even know if I would trust a bus either, but like, I think it would make more sense to have autonomous vehicles if all of the vehicles on the road were autonomous. So, I guess that's the direction we would have to go down. I just don't see there a way being, like, having human drivers exist on the same roads as fully autonomous drivers. You would have to phase out human drivers. And that could be difficult. But here's the thing. If we got rid of people driving themselves on the road to have public transportation that was autonomous, I think I could warm up to that. I think I could accept that. the more automatic vehicles there are, the more successful they are. I think that could be true. I don't know if it is true, but it sounds plausible to me, and I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm just opposed to throwing these vehicles on the road without dealing with the other issues. I do not trust fully autonomous vehicles on the road currently with our current structure of roads. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And maybe that's a more reasonable take. They could communicate in some way and also are going forward from a green line at the same time. I mean, the thing is, I feel like if you had fully autonomous cars, you could theoretically get rid of traffic lights entirely. Like, if every car on the road was running on the same structure, you could theoretically, like, get rid of red lights and green lights entirely. They probably wouldn't. Certainly not immediately, but I could hypothetically see the possibility of not needing green lights and red lights, unless that's a good way to have these vehicles work. But I think I understand what you're saying. Like, you could have the vehicles communicate in some way so they all move at the same time. I think that's basically what you are getting at anyways. We need lights for pedestrian crossings. Yeah, that's true. It's just remove and not think about pedestrians. That's what America would do. So, that's fair. Let me drink water. Crossing the road becomes Frogger. Okay, I really do think if we worked at it, we could obviously not have it be like this. You would need to buy a thing which stops traffic for you to cross a road. Dude, what in the dystopian nightmare is this? Crossing the road costs $1. Dude, I should delete your messages so they don't get ideas. Nah, but that's I don't even want to think about that. Please don't let our future be this dystopian. Without full automatic cars, need cameras, analysis from analyze data from recordings, both full traffic automation, including precise road mapping, just needs GPS signal. Yeah, I mean, that I think that's the point I ultimately, or the conclusion I came to. I'm opposed to autonomous vehicles in their current form on the roads right now, making them fully autonomous. I'm not opposed to making all vehicles on the road autonomous if it meant that it was safer and we had public transportation and we didn't have to pay $1 to cross the road. Ooh. 1 sec, I think I got an important message. Okay. Oop. Thought I was gonna fall down there for a second. I'm really hoping that the future does not consist of the literal worst options in every regard. Like public transportation, but you have to pay obscene amount of money for it, or no public transportation, and also we still have autonomous vehicles on the road that you just have to deal with. Keep hoping. Look, I am public transportation should be free. Well, I think we also need to make the distinction of free at the point of service. Obviously, we have to pay for it through taxes. That's the thing that like other countries understand, but Americans literally don't. That's why we don't have good things. People don't understand that Medicare for all, universal health care, means that yes, you would pay higher taxes, but you would also not have to pay for health insurance anymore, and you wouldn't have to pay for medical bills after treatment. So effectively, it would be cheaper for everyone, or, you know, the 99% of people that can't afford things easily out of pocket. But yeah, on the keep hoping thing, I said this on stream before. I think it's kind of a funny way to describe myself, but I really think I am a pessimistic optimist. Like, I do not believe that in the near future the world is actually going to get any better. But I'm also still holding out hope for a better future despite that fact. There's no reason for me not to believe in a better future, even if I think in reality the future won't get better, either soon or maybe even perhaps in my lifetime. I think also ticket machines and whatnot cost money, which can be used to pay for bus drivers. Yeah. I mean, if you want to charge for longer distances or longer distance driving, you could theoretically make it a charge up front. But I also think that could just be another thing subsidized by taxes. I would not be opposed to paying slightly more in taxes to make sure that people who need to do long commutes or want to do long commutes can do so freely. And it would incentivize more people to take opportunities like that. The problem would be a random group of kids would just use all the bus. I mean, there can be ways to like deal with things like this. I'm sure there's a system that could be put in place. I don't think charging extra money is the way to do it necessarily. It could be done in like a ticket system. Maybe like a ticket system where you don't have to pay money, but you do have to like provide some sort of, I don't know. I haven't really ever thought about this, but I'm sure there's some way to do it that doesn't involve forcing money. I just don't want to charge people at the point of service. That is the thing I hate the most about public services. It should always be free at the point of service, in my opinion. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to carry around money to survive in society. Like, at all times. I mean, that's true. 50 cents to a euro isn't that bad, but that's also something that could just be factored into taxes, and then everyone on the net pays very little for that. I just don't like having people pay at the point of service for things that are being provided by the government. Things that are already being paid for by our taxes. Why not just do the extra step? So, like, yeah, hypothetically, it's not really that much of a cost, but then I don't see why it can't just be factored into the taxes anyways, if that's really the case. It just feels like an extra step that doesn't need to be there, and also disincentivizes people that would want to use the transportation but feel like they really need to penny pinch. Kids under 7 have it free. Students have 7%. Again, these are like the, dare I say, liberal policies that I think are just not good enough. Like, just factor into the taxes, man. Just raise the tax that little bit more and have it not be a thing where you pay to ride the public bus. It's just not, I don't like it. What's the point of paying a few cents for a bus? I agree. What's the point? Factor into the tax then. You would literally be paying a few cents. I mean, the thing is I'm also thinking about the places in America where a bus fare legitimately can be an issue for people, where you literally can't afford it. Or you just have to get onto the bus and not pay, and then it's just a burden because we don't factor into our taxes. Yeah. Because they're private companies. Well, that's why we need public transportation to be free. I don't care what private companies do. And if the private companies go out of business because of it, I'm also fine with that as well. Like, I just legitimately think there's no reason that these types of fares need to exist. Even if you think they aren't that big of a deal, I just think that it's a point of friction that literally does not need to exist. They're private companies subsidized by government or something. And see, that's even worse. To me, a private company being subsidized by the government and then still charging obscene rates for something, that's just a ruse. Like, that's just stealing. And personally, in that scenario, I would be fine with the corporate death penalty. You also gotta remember, my brain is very America-centric, so I don't really know what's going on in these other countries and what the situation is like. So maybe in your situation, these fines are not, or fines, fares are not really that big of a deal, but in this country where every single transaction, or everything is a transaction, it's just another point of friction that doesn't need to exist. And I don't think we should be paying for. Paying for at the point of service, I should say. Obviously, it has to be paid for somehow, and I'm not opposed to raising taxes to do so. It's just Americans are literally scared of raising taxes for anything because they don't understand that in the long run they save money, and also there's a thing called the public good. buses are not scary communism. But look, man, if it came down to like a compromise of either keep the current system we have or have really good transportation, but you have to pay $2 per fare, I would take the second one in a heartbeat, man. I'll be real. But like, the ideal scenario for me would definitely be have everything be at the be free at the point of service. Like that's the ideal I strive for. But obviously, I want the change that would make things better always. One chunk to get drunk. That's a good slogan right there. It's a good saying. All it takes is one chunk to get drunk. I mean, I don't drink alcohol, so I literally wouldn't know. But I feel like an hour and a half seems like a reasonable amount of time to get drunk. But I've never had alcohol, so I have no clue. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I will have to depart after finishing right now. Because I gotta go actually be an adult and do things today. But this is our third chunk done today, and that is now 296 fully mined. It means I'm about to leave. That's what it means. I got things to do. I don't know why I didn't separate it into 2 stacks, but that's fine. I will read that comment before I end the stream, but let me just punch in my stats before I do, just because I'm not good at multitasking. So that is 12 diamond ore. And then that's Flux mined, Deep Slate mined. Well, I also have a ton of VODs that you can watch if you really want. All of my chunk mining has been uploaded to YouTube for you to watch if you so choose. All right, that is wow, that is a small amount of blocks. Only 12k. And then Deep Slate is only 10k. Dang. Still mine pretty efficiently though. So, no complaints, no complaints. Let me see what you said. I think public transportation would need to be free, but there needs to be a queue for tickets. If you don't show up, you need to pay a small fine. Queue time should be long enough so that it gets about out. They would have time to order more buses. Yeah, honestly, I'm not opposed to that, actually. Like, if you recklessly try to queue for things and then never show up, you getting fined, that would actually be a good way to stop quote unquote hooligans or kids from abusing the system. I think that's pretty reasonable. Like have it be free, but if you abuse the system in a way that slows it down or makes it impossible to use, you get a fine. Absolutely. Also, this fine would need to scale in terms of your income. Progressive fines. If you are a really poor person, you pay a fine that is proportional to your income. If you're a really rich person, you pay a higher amount that's proportional to your income. We're talking about public transportation and what making it free would mean. Also, you can guarantee a spot if you order in advance. Yeah. Yeah. These are this is a thing that I would be willing to compromise on, but I definitely think it just needs to be free at the point of service. That's my North Star. Big fan for Mosu score farming. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad for everyone that has stuck around for the chunk mining, even though I don't do the thing that most of you know me for anymore. So I really appreciate anyone that sticks around for the streams, even if I don't do Osu very much anymore. Yeah. I mean, the mining is similar to Osu completion in some ways, so I think it translates. It's hard to talk in a foreign language. It's okay. I mean, you're doing you're you're understandable. Don't worry about it. But I really do got to get out of here. So I appreciate it, and I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a long session, by the way, guys. Let me check my stream schedule, but tomorrow is gonna be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. my time. So that's God, how many hours from now is that? 11 a.m. That's like 19 hours from now, and then it'll be an 11-hour stream. So that gives you an idea. But yeah, anyways, good night. Goodbye.